Testing, testing. Yeah, that got through. Hey everyone, my name's Ethonra, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. So, I was thinking we would take on Median with all the Scions, but with everyone dropping like flies, might be a forced trial or dungeon. We'll have to see. Well, I will have to see. I know majority of you already know. Let's find out what this interesting, familiar-esque race is. The blip bloop is really giving it away for me, but let's see. It would also explain the weird text in these missions. You know, kind of like the Omega gear that you can get. It's called Omni something or other. Well, I guess that tank says Omicron, which is also a name of a particular virus out right now, if I'm not mistaken. That's good to know. So yeah, I put off talking to these Omicrons until I was streaming again, so this will all be my first time seeing what they all have to say. Sir, huh? You don't say. Yeah, I thought so. Still curious how they got here. The only possible thing I can think of is that they're biomechanical. But beyond that, I don't know how they're still here, since this is supposed to be a dead world, but I'm sure that's going to get explained. Hmm. Since they mentioned emotions, I guess it's possible for them to be trapped in here if they developed emotions or something similar to it. I'm hoping their leader looks the way I imagine they look. Ooh, you can summon actual Ifrit now. That's neat. Let me help this person out real quick. Yeah, I was afraid of that. I'll help them out genuinely once they kill that enemy. I wish they wouldn't run, though, because all that does is make things worse. Like the region that I cast, if they just stood still, got far away from the enemies. I don't know, maybe it's part of some weird strategy. Don't give me that. You have to excuse this. I typically don't like to see people having a hard time if I can help it. And obviously the reason I didn't help with my healer is because she's level 80 and I dare not risk things going wrong fighting level 86 enemies and a level 89 Fate. See, they just kept them there. Could have got all three. Oh well. Can't really expect coordination with blueberries. Not that's a bad thing. I'm just calling it like I see it. Like it is, rather. Now, where was I? Yeah, I thought that was a funny choice of words. Something a robot would say. I would think that said homeward bound, but it has no in it, so I'm not sure what that's supposed to be. And yeah, apparently those things are called deltas. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention. Not sure how I nearly forgot. Oh, of course I do, it's me. Anyway, the thing I nearly forgot to mention is this. I wasn't paying attention because I wasn't organizing my videos when I should have, because when I finish a stream, they don't automatically upload. It takes them a little bit. So I have to organize them in my playlist later. So I tend to forget, and then I end up streaming again, and then I forget, and blah, 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 blah. So I'm late to this. But episode 11 turned out to be the 100th Final Fantasy XIV video I published. I thought that was kind of cool. Not worth celebrating, obviously, but at least worthy of a footnote. So yeah, episode 11 was the 100th episode. If I had known, I would have probably tried to do something special, but too little, too late. Oh, look. That's probably the two closest air currents I've ever seen, period, let alone for the expansion. Oh, that reminds me of something else I forgot to complain about. Does it feel like the range of your attacks aren't as long as they used to be for melee? Like, I don't know if it's Reaper specifically, because I've been playing Reaper the most this expansion, but it feels like you have to be really, really close to hit your enemies now, as opposed to, like, say, maybe right here could hit just fine. Now it needs to be like here. It's like half the distance. I don't know if it's just me or what, but it does feel like the distance has been shortened. Indeed. Touching, smacking, and attuning. Is definitely...
Well, I'm out of ideas.
Well, I've already said it enough already, so I'll just hold my peace and just see whether I'm right or wrong.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough, but if we can't even activate it...
Perhaps there is a way. First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons. As you've doubtless surmised, I believe this was the homeworld of Omega.
Haha.
Sid built a jamming device to defeat it, a device which generated massive bursts of lightning, its sole weakness.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
Good point.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic?
Did he actually say Omnicrons and not Omicrons? Because I said it Omnicrons, but it's not spelled that way. So I guess we're doing weird English again, where words can have letters that are silent, but now words can have letters that are pronounced even though they're not there, like N and Omnicron. I bet she still doesn't have it.
Wait, you still have it? Sid and Nero's legendary device which brought low the superweapon Omega.
I'll be surprised if she still has it.
Wait, the actual device was much too big to lug around, so you must only have the control module. And there I was getting all excited.
Oh, sorry about that.
Never...
Whoops. Let's see what he said. Never mind, old-fashioned spell will suffice. Yeah.
It worked!
Opening connection to communications module 1. Connection established. Transmission. Strategic matrix signal 1 now online. As a primary strategic matrix, you may address me as Sir. Checking the new communications. None found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wait! We have questions for you! Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with said guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post. End reply. End transmission. Closing connection.
could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
Omega's homeworld. Part of it, anyway. Yeah, me too. You know, it's funny, well, you know, it's not even worth mentioning. I guess this will be worth mentioning because it happened when I was showcasing the Bosja stuff. I don't know why. I don't know if it's because I'm pressing a certain button and then I end up pressing it again on accident or what. But every so often, like it's doing it right now, even for Raha, for some reason, I haven't figured out why, it just happens, where when I target something, it doesn't show me where the arrows are. And much like I mentioned in Bosja, that's a very, very big deal. Maybe not so much when you're a tank, but definitely when you're a DPS. Well, if they weren't actually down there, I probably wouldn't go and say hi, but since they are... The only one I see is Alpha now, so Alice must be on the other side. Probably already said this, but I definitely like the music here. Now earlier I said I didn't talk to any of these guys, and that's mostly true, because I was going to say, except for these, because, you know, Mender, Trader. The only thing with the Trader is when I talked to him, or it said that needed to finish the main story quest, something along those lines. I wish I could prove it, because Yeah, now can trade, so... Maybe they meant trading for the, wait a minute, Dynamis Crystal. Anyway, I guess they meant finish the main story quest as in Shadowbringers, since Shadowbringers is what introduced the gemstones. What were you saying, Alice? That's gotta be at least a little annoying. Susanoo barding. That's kind of cool. Oh, I guess I should mention this. I really hate that I keep forgetting to mention things that I want to mention in that video, then do it like a video or 7 later. But I wanted to comment on, I'm kind of disappointed there was no cinematics for Hydaelyn's boss fight. I thought there would be, because that special debuff, or buff, but like I said, once I figured out what it was, I was like, oh, okay. So that's completely unrelated. But it's Hydaelyn. How are you not going to have a cinematic for her? Missed opportunity, like a lot of this expansion. So I guess I shouldn't be that surprised. Nah, I can't even zoom in that much. Oh. Man, that thing was blending in. Yeah, it's because it wasn't moving. That's why I didn't see it. Let's see. Oh. Now, you're a fast one, ain't you? And on closer inspection, you can even see the Omega details, like the silvery flower wing kind of look. Which reminds me, I did see another cool looking scythe that I liked, but it's not going to replace the one Zio has. For 2 reasons. 1, it's not dyeable, and 2, it has more of a flower motif than a wing motif, but even then, the flower motif is not readily apparent. Like, you have to really, really look to notice it, as opposed to this one being hard to miss even if you want to. Plus 2 scythes, which already, well, scythe blades at least. And I told you what those represent, so it just fits Zio's character a bit better. See, I would use this as an example of the range being actually really good, because I can be fighting, yeah, see, a little bit closer. I guess that's okay. Maybe it's just the size of the boss that threw me off a lot when we were fighting it, or mobs or whatever, because it felt like I couldn't hit them from here. Zio had to be like right here. It was strange. Speaking of strange, I was too busy... Oh, there's another ether current. I was too busy talking, I forgot to do the debuff again. Or buff, debuff, whatever it is. Oh, I guess while we're on that topic, I did think of a better name for gluttony. Remember, I told you I had one but couldn't remember it? I remembered it a few days ago, I just, you know, forgot to mention it. We'll use this one as an example. So, Shadow of Death, because of the animation, you know, this. Instead, I would have called that Death Sting, or the Sting of Death. You know, O grave, where's thy victory, O death, where's thy sting? That kind of thing. And of course, gluttony. Again, I get why it's called that, but I'd rather have called it, funnily enough, Shadow of Death. I didn't want to forget to talk to Raha in case he said something interesting. Oh, speaking of interesting. I cannot wait to get this thing a faster skill speed. I'm telling you, man, it's so slow. Considering these things were, I was going to say bred, but you know, they're technically, not even technically, they are machines, so these things were created for war, so it's not all that surprising to see. Interesting. It's not all that surprising to see that their designs are like this. Something clearly designed to just crush and maim and kill. I forgot, but I'll do it anyway. So that does do a fair bit of damage too, so that's also nice. Oh, before I forget, let me go and say this. This is another excellent example of, instead of giving us 11,000 more skills, I prefer it if they gave us traits. And I think an excellent trait for that, for example, the Shadow of Death and Whirl of Death, would be to add a dot effect to them. I think that'd be pretty amazing, and it doesn't take up a slot. Isn't that great? Good question. That's interesting that a robot would care about something like that. That they would even bring it back in the first place. Interesting analogy. I would never say these. I actually would say, of course. I'm sure Zia would too. So okay, they're not bio-organic, or not bio-organic, but biomechanical, like I thought they were. They are just machines, but some of them, at least, possess something similar to emotion, which makes them fair game for the final days, I think. I'd be curious to see what a, broken Omnicron could turn it. I'm just going to call them that until I hear what they're actually called again. But I'll be curious to see what a broken Omnicron or a Lambda or a Beta or a Delta or whatever succumbs to despair and turns into some kind of monster. That sounds bad, but come on, they're machines. And notice how this one is back to normal. I kind of wish they saved that for this area. That would have made it, to me, much more impactful. Again, wasted opportunity. But whatever. Again, I guess I'll go ahead and finish the statement though. Wasted opportunity. They should have had the words change back to normal after we got out of here and started it when we actually got to this Omega area. I think that would have been much more what's the one I'm going to use here? Cosmetically pleasing, something like that. There's better words for it. It's just my vocabulary is all over the place, and for some reason, whenever I'm streaming, I talk like I've never talked before, but when I'm hanging out with friends, I can talk just fine. I don't know, maybe some subconscious level of embarrassment. I get nervous when people watch me play games. I mean, to be fair, could have talked to it longer if he hadn't brought up, are you supposed to be out here right now? Does it involve the echo? This should be good. I kind of figured Alisaie might have done it the first time, but of course she wants to hit it as hard as she can. Makes me wonder who's gonna go next. Not that I'm holding a gambling pool or anything. Obviously the choices, well, I say obvious, but could be something way out of left field. But it feels like the most obvious choice will be Raha, even though I'd rather it not be. So it'll either be Raha or both of the twins. I can't see one of them letting the other one go. And I would say that anyway, even if it wasn't for the whole Y'shtola and Urianger moment. Why would I need to do that? This seems kind of needless. But alright. Ah, that's why. Specific parts of the body. I figured like his head, or its headlight would like change colors or something. Something really obvious. But okay, fine. It's just busy work. It's not the most evil thing in the world. I love how she did the objection pose. Oh, nearly forgot. All right, moving up. All right. Little jolt, she says.
As you have surmised, I am part of the shared intelligence of Stigma 1. It is, was, my charge to determine the optimal path to achieving our prime function. His body had been abandoned by its former owner and lay unused. I took it and abandoned my own, and with it, my duty.
May we ask why you did this? From what we gather, it seems to be a personal matter.
Our kind did not always look as they do now. Long ago, we possessed possessed frail and feeble bodies.
Okay, so was my original theory correct?
Beleaguered by stronger races, our ancestors took to augmenting their flesh in order to defend themselves. What began with limited parts eventually spread to the whole body, and at last, a means was discovered to convert the mind into data, rendering even the brain obsolete. Such complete mechanical beings were called the Omicrons, and by their might, we came to reign supreme over the star. But even then, we did not feel secure. For we knew that the universe was home to civilizations aside from our own. Civilizations that may be stronger still than us. Rather than risk becoming the subjugated, we chose to become the subjugator. We began our conquest of the stars, that we might acquire the resources and knowledge we needed to reign supreme. We were successful in that endeavor. So powerful did we become, we could lay low even the mighty dragons. But then something unexpected happened. I began experiencing an error. I could no longer determine an optimal path.
You were malfunctioning.
I performed numerous full system scans, each time finding no issues. Yet the error persisted. It was then that I speculated. What could happen if we grew so powerful as to have no equal? To become stronger was essential to our existence. Our every action has been in service to this objective. But if nothing lies beyond this, can it be truly said that it was essential? Have we been engaging only in wanton destruction?
You could find no threat to justify your purpose.
The Omicrons will never leave this star. They will stand by until their reserves of energy is spent. For I have no path to offer them. None.
It is not our place to pass judgment on the deeds of the Omicrons. But surely, this does not have to spell the end of your people. With your power and knowledge, the possibilities are endless. Why not seek out a new purpose?
That is impossible. In the beginning, we had a higher purpose than our pursuit of power. But we lost sight of it when we so irrevocably altered our fundamental forms. When we cast aside our flesh, so too did we cast aside all that defined us. Nothing remains of who we once were. I have no aspirations. No longer can I dream. The vital spark is lost. Lost amidst circuitry and code and commands.
I believe I know how to overcome this despair. The words are ready in my mind, but ere I speak them, I want you to make me a promise. Be it across time or space, our promises have always connected us. And so I ask that you indulge me once more, that this won't be the end. Is that so? In that case, I won't hold back. First, I want to visit Ishgard with you. Properly. We scarcely had time to look around last time. I should like it very much if you could show me the sights. Next, you must regale me with your greatest adventures, in the places where you lived them, if possible. I may have read about all your deeds, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account. And last but not least, a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. We'll travel the lands, cross the seas, and take to the skies upon the eternal wind, and it will be marvelous. It will. If you would humor me a moment. When we awaken each morning, how can we prove that we're the same individual who retired the night before? Through the remembrance of past events, we might say. We have our memories, yet there are times when we forget or recall incorrectly. What of our bodies, then? It is the same one, we might say, yet technically speaking, as living beings, our bodies are constantly changing. It will never be as it was at an earlier point in time. Our souls are no more immutable. On our star, people are known to inherit the souls of others, yet they are decidedly different beings. For my part, I've subjected my totality to much and more. I've made my body into an extension of a tower, blended my soul and memories with those of another self. And each time I would ask myself, what is it that makes me, me?
Were you able to determine an answer?
No. But that doesn't mean I'm confused. It simply means I'm the same as everyone else. So I posit this. Who we were need not describe what we now hold in our hearts. Whatever came before, what matters most is the present. For me, that is being here with my friends, full proud of how much we've grown together. So I urge you to not give up. Heed your heart's desire, and hope that the future you long for shall be realized.
I cannot. We cannot. We cannot understand desire, nor comprehend hope. We do not know how to create such things.
We are not unlike, you and I. I too have struggled to find the courage to express and embrace my wants. If you like, I will tell you a tale. A tale of a world on the brink. Of a people who never gave up on the future. of a man who realized his grandest dreams, and then awakened to a grander reality.
Just like the tower.
You idiot! Just once, stay with us to the end!
While this is here and you can read this, I just wanted to comment. I don't think I said it that one episode where Zio was having tea time with Urianger, Y'shtola, and Thancred. But I was thinking about it this morning or last night, I don't remember which, where I'm the never-ending journey type of person, where I'm more invested in the journey itself, the adventure, if you will, than the end goal. And when asked, Zio specifically, what she would do after everything is said and done, it was basically more adventures. And that's exactly what Raha wants to do. So I think that's really neat, and even happier that I've been choosing him for like the specific moments where I could choose Raha, because those two, there's a bond there. Let's see. And then there's this music. Oh, that's right. I just thought of something. I thought it was going to happen much later, like after we dealt with Meteion. But maybe it is possible to still fight her with all the Scions. If we bring them their bodies back, then fight her, as opposed to doing it afterwards, like I thought we would. I'm going to choose not to have Zio get on a mount, just so he can enjoy this music. I knew that was going to happen. You're going to pay for that. As promised. I'll just go and do this now while I'm here, just to see. see something real quick. Oh, wait. That can definitely go away. I was checking, since I actually looked at the stats of that earring compared to this one. Okay. I was curious. I don't know where the necklace is. I guess I dismantled it even though I didn't mean to. Yeah, like see, right around here, it'd be perfect, you know, especially with that music blaring in the background, if the wobbly text actually turned back to normal. Now is when I would have had it back to normal. That is true. I nearly forgot to mention that, but when you're in this area, well, just areas in general, when you load in, it will do some kind of like artistic illustration of that area as the loading screen. And the loading screen for this area is quite out there. It looks really good in a destructive kind of way. If you've seen it before, you'll know what I'm talking about. That is true. Okay, so obviously, maybe not obvious, but I didn't unplug my mic or nothing. I was just being respectfully quiet given the weight of that scene. But there are two things I would like to comment on. First, for those of you who saw it, you'll remember that Zio, though technically not this one, back on the boat with Heidelin, Zio was standing in the dark or the shade, and Heidelin was in the light. I love how there's the opposite of that going on now. Second is I'm a little surprised that Meteon here actually said the S word, suicide. Usually they say something like take their own life or couldn't bear it anymore, something along those lines. She just straight up said suicide. I'm a little surprised by that. Yeah, and you'll remember I mentioned that in the last stream as well. I figured out the answer, but they should have just said it from the beginning instead of just leaving it up in the air to be mentioned later. Because again, it's kind of a big deal. Probably something about the... I say there is someone over there, but that's that player character. Anyway, see if she says something different. Nope. That's good. Still spitting the same old drivel, huh? Necropolis. The dead city. How appropriate. I do like how there's no music here too. It's just pure ambiance. So good. They didn't waste that opportunity. I guess Alice couldn't hear me. I'm glad they pointed out she was here though, because obviously I want to talk to her and Alphino, see what they got to say. I mean, Alphino should technically be correct, unless it's literally not possible because, like she said, there's a huge gulf, as opposed to a supernatural force barring the way. So she could potentially be correct, and we'll need to think of another way around. I guess it is kind of like a tree. I like how they ended on a sad note. No one left to tell the story. ... Where these people were, even they had bars. Indeed. I need to find Alphanel before I interact with whatever the last point is. Too bad Krupp is here. No, not like it's a bad thing or nothing, but I just find it funny with what's going on with the situation. It's just him and Zio here. Definitely would have felt more doom and gloom and empty. So that makes me think of how this place must have looked when everyone was rushing to get through the main story. Can you imagine like 55 people running around this necropolis? Yeah, same as the bar. By the way, I mentioned this before, if you ever see my camera do something weird, that's just my controller. It's really bad for my healer because it'll make Zio move sometimes when I'm having her cast a spell, so it'll cancel the spell. That can be a bit tedious, which is why I'm glad healer is not my main job. And the sooner I get it to 90, the easier, or the better and the easier I can relax. Thankfully, it hasn't gotten anyone killed, but it's still a bit of an annoyance. Speaking of annoying, I don't want to bring out a mount just yet, so let me try to sweep the area again, see what I missed. I don't think I've been over there yet. No, that's Alice A. I didn't see the 2 pillars, I only saw the 1, so I thought it was something else. Over there might be something. Ah, there we go. Long time. Yeah, see, like right there, that wasn't me. That was the controller. Also, much like how I brought up the topic of don't bring back the dead, when it's thieves being a notable exception because they actually tell us how to bring them back. Similar to how Dragon Ball was before dying as a whole became a non-issue. But I digress. We shouldn't actually get to know who lived here. Like if they show like a little ghost or something and give a bit of backstory, I guess that's fine. But you kind of ruin the wonder if they do that. I just decided to tie those two together to help illustrate the point. Yeah, see, they're already playing the music, the whimsical, mystery, what-if kind of music.
Did you find anything?
No. This place is completely deserted. And I can't see how we're supposed to move on from here.
Neither can I. It's quite the quandary. There are no denizens to bar our path, yet there is no way forward.
For another mystery, we did find signs of very recent life. You'd swear everyone just vanished into thin air. I wonder how many ruined worlds like this has Meteion seen.
Could it be? Yes. Yes, I believe I may have puzzled this out. Despite how it appears, it's no different this time. There is someone here who has wished for this ruin. And I believe that together, Alisaie and I can overcome their will.
I think I see what he's getting at. See, realistically, I can see why Zio would be upset about this, but as was already pointed out, we can just bring them back. Not to pull a Goku here, but yeah, you see what I meant about kind of ruin the emotional weight? I already know what you're going to do. Can't stop you anyway, but I would like to bring this up.
I know. I know. But if there is a chance this will work, then I would take it. For everyone, and for myself. I will not pretend otherwise. I have my fears. Not for myself, but for you. The last to remain. You are no stranger to carrying the burden of others. But I can only imagine how heavy the weight would be this time. As your friend, I cannot bear the thought of making you suffer so.
Then why suggest such a thing? It's too much to ask of anyone, even her. Why must she be the one? Why must she fight alone? More than a hero, she's a dear friend. Not only to us, but to so many others. There are so many people in the world who care for you, and yet... And yet...
Alisaie, I have an idea. Given the nature of this realm, it may be possible to do more than unbar our friend's path. We might also pave her a new one.
Like Raha did. Well, Raha did both.
For instance, a path where she finds happiness at journey's end.
Oh, you mean next level kind of path.
This much, I think we can believe with the utmost conviction, no matter how deep our despair. So please, believe in us too, and press on. Thank you. What are you?
If the plan's decided, then let's not dally.
How quickly she bounces back.
Ah, there you are. It was as I said, was it not?
It was. We couldn't find anyone, but this place isn't entirely deserted, is it? You are here.
I'm glad they brought that up because I was thinking I didn't say it, of course. Now I wish I did. Do as I say, not as I do. Anyway, I was going to say how unsettling it was to have Meteion here watching us. But I didn't stop and think it went further than that, because she said that there was no life here when she got here. So that makes me curious, why is she here now?
You sought out a star of promise and found a ruined husk. Like us, you explored the devastation. Like us, you were stricken. Horrified by the thought that so many lives could be snuffed out as if they were worth nothing. And the thought that you would have to bear the terrible tidings to Hermes. That which you saw and felt, you shared with your sisters. As did they share their own grim findings with you. Overcome by the pervasive despair of these stars, some of you inadvertently ushered their peoples to their ends.
Yeah.
Knowing the horrors you know, anyone would feel the same. They would fear what lies ahead and struggle to move forward.
Fear? I had forgotten that such a thing existed. So focused have I been on shepherding despair.
If you can remember, then you can still face and overcome your own fear.
Why would I bother with such an insignificant emotion? If the despair I command is as a raging river, then fear is but a trickling stream. It can do nothing to alter my flow. You spoke with the Aya, yes? Heard their tale of what awaits the universe. It's true. The stars grow colder and more distant. Eventually, all will enjoy frozen solitude. Using the power of Dynamis, I'm hastening that process. In so doing, nothing will be born ever again. Everyone will remain dead. Alas, it will take time for that to happen. So in mercy, I sent you my gift. To spare you needless suffering. Don't worry. Even if no living witnesses remain to mark the event, I'll make certain that Aetheris has a proper end.
For all the power you wield, you're more fearful than the familiar you used to be. That Meteion feared simply to move forward. But your fear is such that you've given up on everything. I know it well. That sense of defeat. I've tasted my fair share of it. But as many times as we've fallen down, we've learned how to pick ourselves up and carry on. We take each other's hand, share in each other's courage, follow in each other's footsteps, and turn sorrow into strength.
There are times when we fail. We bear wounds that do not heal. But these experiences are part of life, and they make us stronger. We rise, fall, and rise again.
Don't worry about us. You must take the next step, and all the rest after that.
And there goes the twins. I'll go and comment on this because I don't remember if I did, but Meteon wanting to end all life makes infinitely more sense than when Fandaniel and even Hermes wanted to do it. Because I already told you how stupid a philosophy that is. But because of Meteon's ability, her emotion, you know, cursed existence, hers at least makes sense.
Please. Please. Oh, please let them all be safe. Cryle? Are you all right?
It's nothing. Just a headache. They'll be fine. I know they will.
Apologies for the interruption. A man arrived on the last ferry. An associate of the Scions. He wishes to speak with you at once.
Oh, I wonder if this is who I was thinking it's going to be. First hint is B. Yeah, it is. Those footsteps sounded awfully heavy, so I'm hoping it's who I think it is. Just out of to see where the story goes with that. Oh, well, you know, the humanities. I've kind of been on fire, on the ball this expansion, haven't I? Yeah, I mentioned certain actions. I figured wouldn't be able to attack them, can't even run.
If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you.
Oh, good. Not that I planned to run, I just didn't expect they wouldn't let you, but now I see why.
Do not despair. You are not without allies.
This music must be from Endwalker. I don't recognize it.
What we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on.
I mean, obviously I recognize it from earlier. I just mean in general. Now this is a good soundtrack. It took it a while, but this is a really good one.
Upon the souls of they who have sacrificed themselves to pave the way for peace, we will never abandon our cause.
While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price.
And we, for our part, are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Save your tears for the morrow. You may be sure we will have ample cause to shed them, be they for joy or despair.
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn.
A future shaped by the choices we made, in ways we could never foresee.
Yet miracles do happen, so let us pray and will our friends home.
I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
Strong art thou, mortal.
Look for the light within, that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Let's finish this.
Here the path ends. There is no way to reach our nest. I told you. Resignation and acceptance reign in this place. The rejection of life by those who came to curse it. Those whose dreams were unfulfilled, whose prayers were unheard, whose labors were unrewarded. Hope cannot deliver you unto hopelessness. Our refuge is beyond you. Always has it been. Such is the nature of this place. You should have remained on Etheris. Struggle will avail you not, nor will it grant your comrades peace. Come, let me relieve you of your burden. You have suffered enough.
Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't.
How do we make peace with... That's why it's too soon for this to end.
There are so many people in the world.
You must triumph.
Be safe, all of you, and come back.
I am ever grateful. After all these years,
Is this the answer I was hoping for?
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
Perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you. I bid them remember, but all this time I'm the one who had forgotten. A right fool you've made of me, Hermes. And to add insult to injury, I've been denied a sound rest, forced to watch this clamorous show.
Oh, come now. It's been a gripping tale. Unbreakable bonds and noble sacrifice, sprinkled with moments of levity to counterbalance the pathos. It's got it all. I, for one, would have been perfectly content to watch enraptured from the stalls. But I won't say no to a bit part.
What are you?
Half-faded souls of the dead. Isn't it painfully obvious? Worry not. We haven't the power to defeat you, nor is it our duty to do so. Not anymore. That being said, we do have a score to settle. So here I am, Vinar. I suppose you needed me to tie it all together, these frayed threads of our history. But knowing you, I suspect there's a joke in it too. Oh yes, I can imagine you gloating over my forgetfulness. Were I feeling charitable, I might assume you had left room for the possibility of this outcome. Even so, you'll get no applause from me. A single gesture will not lighten the burden I've had to bear. Still, you must be commended. Our methods would not have brought mankind this far. And so, as a show of respect to the last of us, I make this declaration. You will not end our journey. That is our answer. The answer of all lives of Aetheris, past and present.
As you've called us to the stage, so shall we perform. And creation magics never fail to please. Drawing upon the hopes of your comrades, we will make for you a new path.
What form said path takes depends on you. So focus. Focus and envision that which rejects the claim that you cannot attain your goal.
Ours is the wisdom to weave the fabric of reality. Ours is the power to create.
Meteor, though I gave you these wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run, and so much more. A flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
These Elpis blooms serve as proof that this realm is not utterly devoid of hope. No more can you deny its power. No more is yours the dominion of despair. In case the practical implications were lost on you, your comrades no longer need fight their fight. So go on. Call them back to your side.
May you ever walk in the light.
How disappointing. Not even a single scar in the making to brag about.
You'll find a way regardless.
Honestly, this is far more than any of us could have hoped for. Let us be thankful.
Indeed. That we thus stand reunited is a gift. Let us not squander it, and see that we all return to Etheris.
Aye. As soon as we've averted the final days.
Good to see you again. Our heroic sacrifice paid off, I take it.
Come, my friends. Let us carry on and finish it. Together.
Now here's an interesting conundrum. Well, I say interesting, but I already mentioned how at the end we do need to destroy her, because what are we going to do? Just make her promise not to go all emo again? That's not in her ability to control, otherwise it wouldn't happen in the first place. You could argue maybe she's matured enough to where she could turn the ability on and off. I doubt it, since they didn't state it. And I already know the outcome of both these are pretty much the same, so... just in the off chance they actually do say something different, I'm going to pick this one. But I'm pretty sure the response will be the same, depending on how generic her reply will be. Yeah, that feels like it would. She would have reacted the same if Zio had told her it's over. I will take this quick moment to mention I love how they use the flowers, specifically these flowers, and that there's so many. Again, when Endwalker does things right, it does it right, man. But those steps are far and few between.
Can you hear me? The voice is within, crying in pain, wailing in sorrow, hurting, hurting. End it. Silence it. Silence our song of oblivion.
The way is open. They can proceed.
Well, at least we got through to that one.
So it seems.
For all the good it'll do. Well, who knows, maybe it will.
You're leaving?
Of course. The Encore is finished, and I will not suffer myself to live again by Heideling's magic.
Oh, that pride. Fair enough.
But more than that, the future you seek is not the past we loved. That is why we fought, and why I lost. But though you defeated me, my ideals are inviolate, invincible. Spare me your pity. I have no use for it. If you would do something for me, save our star. See this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and with elation in your hearts, bid the final curtain fall. Only then may it rise again, and a new tale begin, with new parts for all to play. Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north? The fabled golden cities of the New World, the sacred sites of the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles? What about Mericidia, the southern continent? Do you know aught of its present state of affairs? I thought not. Even of your little Eorzea, you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance.
That's a good point, because, you know, well, I'll get into it later.
All of which is to say, expand your horizons, go forth, and seek discovery. Some of the civilizations in the reflections will surprise you. As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much. I certainly did.
I pray we meet again. If not in this life, then perhaps another. Whensoever it should be, I trust it will be a most joyous reunion.
For you, maybe. I want nothing to do with it.
Oh, don't be that way.
Surprised he didn't do his little signature wave as he walked away, but the smile was nice too. But I was saying, I like they chose these flowers because, as Hades himself pointed out, they reflect the emotion, and it was an entire field of Elpis blooming with hope, so you cannot deny what's going on. Even she can't. The way she kept praising this area for the emotional strength it had and all that stuff. So even she couldn't deny it. So, and then of course another reason why I like they did the flowers is because this is such a barren landscape where nothing really grows. And there's these flowers, and then there was the memory she had of what Hermes promised. It was good. Like I said, I called it too. For every one step this expansion makes, it takes 3 steps back. This is one of those 1 steps forward. This was a really good part. Always bet on red. I do like what Emmett Selk said. I don't know how serious the game is going to take it, but it would be nice if those areas he mentioned are going to be future places we can go to. Expansion or otherwise. It's an interesting way to look at it. Not wrong, though. Okay, there's a lot to read here, so take it in. How sweet. A couple of warriors out here. Okay, now see, the arrow is back now. I don't know why. I don't remember pressing anything special, but the arrow is back. So, hopefully when we fight Median, it'll still be there. Now, if Median doesn't have any cinematic attacks, I will be even more thoroughly surprised and somewhat disappointed. Endwalker. Nice. Of course, with that being said, I will be right back. Yep, I'm ready too. The third option was also pretty good, but as soon as I saw that second one, I just went for it. I think that one actually would suit me better because I do plan to run it with them. And yeah, obviously this is a trial. I am kind of amazed that it's so pretty on the outside. I was going to comment on that when the scene happened, but I decided to hold back most of my commentary. But it's actually really pretty to be full of despair, and it came out of that rotten egg of a sun. That's actually quite beautiful. Of course, for all we know, the inside could be even more apocalyptic than what's going on out here, but still. We'll start here. Kind of go counterclockwise. I do love how Estinian and Alphino consider themselves brothers, even though Estinian probably will never admit it. Alphino definitely feels that way. I think he even commented as much, maybe in Heaven's Word, I believe. I don't remember where, but I think Alphino actually did comment on Estinian feeling like the brother he never had. I'll let them finish talking, then I'll add my 2 cents. That's the spirit. By the way, he was talking about his heart. The camera might have been zoomed out. Not sure if y'all saw that. Hey, just don't steal the limit break again, alright? I had plans for it. Yeah, this is why I talked to Raha last. The promise. Man, you sound like the embodiment of Final Fantasy XIV itself. Alright, with that being said, let's take on this trial. I can only bring 4 of them this time. Okay, that's quite interesting. Then again, I called it a trial. Maybe it's actually a, it's gotta be a dungeon, because we're only allowed 4 people. Well, that being the case, I guess I will keep them together, given what just happened.
It would be a pleasure as always.
Sorry about that. Let's try that again.
Let's give it our all.
It would be a pleasure as always. I stand ever ready.
Okay. I figured it was either a trial or a dungeon, maybe the trial comes afterwards, because Medion is kind of a big deal. So I would be surprised if they just regulated her to being just a dungeon boss, unless we fight her in a dungeon, then later fight her in a trial. Because
so
again,
you are finally here, in this place between death and rebirth, where life knows no dawn.
Hey, look, it's
Come
regular
then.
Medion.
Follow
Several.
me down into the darkest depths of despair.
See Zio's tail. Okay, I thought so. It's definitely much uglier on the inside. Bones and decay and rot. Alright, let's do it.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful blue star that fell to pestilence and rotted inside and out.
They kind of look like Cabals. Not Cabals, but... Or yeah, I said their name right. They're like little diver men. They're kind of cute.
The more its people clung to life, the more they suffered.
Oh, actually, I know what they're reminding me of. They reminded me of the, I can't remember what they're actually called, but they're that fish race. Hold up. They're the ones from, well, that's a disturbing AoE. And they're in pain. They're from Stormblood. Their race name starts with a name like Nanimo, something like that. They're the fish race. Not the fishmen, the actual fish race. Like catfish. That's the best description I can give. And I knew something was up with that water. I guess the NPCs are immune to it because NPC. That's okay. I'm not here to do this really fast. I'm here to learn and take in the sights. Well, it probably wouldn't hurt so bad if you got out of the poison pool. But yeah, I couldn't tell what they were until I saw one flopping on the ground. That kind of gave it away for me. So instead of at least seeing if the above world was deadly or even friendly, you just came bearing arms, huh? Small wonder it led to this. Warped flesh, yeah. I wasn't paying attention to the ad names. I could have swore it said something different back there. Is he tanking it in the poison pool again? Let me see. Kinda, sorta. I mean, it's not really bothering him, so that's all I really care about since he's the one tanking. Speaking of tanking... I need to see what Bloodsworn Crown does.
Hold still.
I'm not sure if it's the buff I think it is.
You underestimate me.
Allow me.
That was lovely. That thing's begging for death.
until they curse not the illness, but their fellow corrupted.
They're all called warped flesh. I mean, fair enough. Really hammering home what happened here. What makes them interesting is they still seem to retain a level of sentience. Obviously, because it seems like the final days affect all the races differently. I'm not sure if Meteion brought these people the final days or not, but their end, regardless, is different than ours. At least our people weren't having... I kind of wish I mentioned this earlier because it feels way too appropriate. Maybe, hopefully I mentioned it last stream, but last night and the night before last, or somewhere along there, I think I might have mentioned it. I'm hoping I did. But I actually had a dream about Resident Evil. 2 separate dreams about Resident Evil. Dealing with zombies. And the one I had last night, I wish I mentioned it earlier. It wasn't just Resident Evil, it was another horror game mixed in. It was like Resident Evil and...
I have you now.
I don't know, Silent Hill? I can't remember. But it wasn't just Resident Evil, it was 2 horror games mixed together. And it was like Resident Evil 2 remake kind of zombies that I was dealing with. But it was happening in the city. And not Raccoon City either. Like I said, I just say Resident Evil because zombies. And it was kind of like an outbreak, kind of like what's going on here. So, I just find that funny that I had a dream about Resident Evil and then, you know. Also, it's raining. So, if the stream just ends, I apologize. I'll try to come back as soon as I can. But it is raining outside, so... no telling how it'll hold up.
You cannot stop us!
You now.
Yeah, we'll choose this one. I recognize that character model. That's the Boogeyman. How about that? I like how they seem to omit the part, they lightly touched upon it, but it was all but omitted, that the entire reason this happened is because of their pointless conquest. Again, the way they told it was, hey, let's take over the overworld, as opposed to, hey, let's scout it out first and see what the people are like. And this thing just look. Speaking of Bloodborne enemies, I'll say this thing looks absolutely disgusting, and yeah, that's definitely a Bloodborne enemy if there's ever been one.
Those who lived and festered. Those who died and decayed.
Not liking the look of that. Yeah, I'm going to be distracted what I'm supposed to be doing. Oh, I think I understand.
Something special for you.
Because that ominous wind had me concerned, but I think I understand. Cough up. Yeah. Yeah, these things are still sentient.
I have you now.
Yeah. Didn't make that one. But I figured out what's going on. The AoEs are actually being blown across the field. I figured as much because why else would the ominous wind be there? It's just a little trickier than I thought because it seems like they actually move across the ground as opposed to just appearing there. Dang it, Alice. I mean, she technically did the right thing, but would have been more damage if Zio had done it. That's fine, I guess. The longer it lives, the more likely it'll do the wrong area. More likely it'll do the AoE I'm trying to learn.
Time to redeem myself.
Oh, Alphino actually died. I don't think I've ever seen a CPU die like that. How did he? Oh, Alice must use raise for raise. I think that's what happened. It looked like it had a different buff. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, he doesn't even get weakness, so I guess if anyone cares enough, they can relook at the footage to see what the heck happened there. I'm pretty sure I know what killed him.
And
I think
the very last of them wished they had never been born at all.
As it be. Pretty sure Alice and his AoEs must have locked up. Ooh, I like this area.
In a faraway place, a brilliant star eradicated disease. Before destroying the self-same lives it had saved.
Oh, those people look really cool. Global citizen. Landed freedom fighter. Okay.
Hold still.
Guess I'll focus on that one so it'll go down a little bit faster. Also, I guess, you know, since I'm having all these, we're pretty much near the end, I guess there's some things I should try to talk about while we're here. Like, this has been a thing, I just chose not to comment on it. But as I said, I might as well do it now. But the macro that I made for Gluttony and Enshroud, right there, Ducenta Anima, that's how I'm going to pronounce it anyway. What makes that one interesting is I had that before learning about the Anima boss, so again. Alright, see you later. Man, I would have been really interested to know what happened in this world. I mean, this world alone feels like it's out of a totally different game, like a RPG shooter or something. But yeah, I had that before even knowing about the anima boss. But anima essentially just means soul, and Ducenta anima means two souls. And the reason why that should be, why I called it that, should be made apparent, given the clues I've been dropping this entire time.
You cannot stop us! There! Allow me!
Oh, that's all it does. Okay. I didn't think that ability itself warranted its own buff. I thought it just did that when you get the trait. Also, I noticed that Meteon is black.
Its people sought ever greater freedoms, no matter the cost.
Wasn't the one that started off with us blue? Oh, that thing took off again. Well, that explains why they resemble Garlemald.
Allow me. Allow me.
They tried to buy peace with fire and steel.
That's a little sad. I was hoping we wouldn't have to fight the people. Not that it matters, because, you know, this world has already been doomed. They're also giving me some Shinra vibes. specifically the infantry. I'm not sure what happened to that one soldier. Might have missed it off screen or something. Is that the Peacekeeper? Of course it is. It has something about a peace protocol. Yeah, I kind of saw like a Skynet situation going on there. The last bracelet of healing. Oh, this is quite the cheery battlefield, isn't it? I don't like the looks of that. The AoE around us, I mean. Or that. Ah, got too close. Alright. I'm glad in a way that happened, not dying of course, but it proved my point of why I don't like to always follow the computers, just ignore everything and just follow them. Because well yeah, Judgment Day, okay, Terminator reference is also in here. Then again I did say Skynet, but I literally just saw the name of this is called Judgment Day. Anyway, it kind of proves my point of why you don't want to do that, because one, you won't learn anything, and two, is for situations just like that, where I wanted to stand where I was on purpose, just to see what would happen. Was not expecting the tracking AoE, but that's fine. That just means one, more time to listen to this music, and two, I get to learn. Which, again, is the entire point of doing this quote-unquote solo. At least this way I want slowing everyone else down. I also knew those little spikes were up to something, and I knew there'd be a line AoE, it just happened way faster than I thought.
On guard.
Okay, that works. I'll have to keep that in mind. Actually, no I don't. I'm thinking of something different.
You cannot stop us!
Ah, I wasn't paying attention. Crap.
Allow me.
Let me try right here. Okay, yeah, it's not as bad as I thought. It must have been because I was too close to Alphino. I'm sure it's going to get much more complicated than that, though. But yeah, that was easy. I just got jacked up. I say easy, now watch it be like the worst mechanic coming now. Now, I'm surprised I made that one. I could have swore I was late. Whatever, I don't question miracles. Ah, shoot. Yeah.
I have you now.
still.
I have you now.
No future. Don't like the sound of that.
Hold still.
You underestimate me.
I did all that while forgetting to put this on. Gosh darn it.
I have you. Hold still. There.
Perfect. I knew that was the trick. I just messed up the timing before. There we go. Yeah, you can say that again.
And when one asked, what is the point? There were none left to answer.
Oh. The armor kind of reminds me of Virium Rex, or whatever Final Fantasy 15 versus 13 was supposed to be. Still, I'm just going to stop talking now to not ruin that moment, because woof. Can't wait to see people's reaction to that. The Plenty. Oh. This is even more heaven-like than Elpis was.
Farther still existed a star without strife. Where none remembered life's trials or its joys.
Okay, well, considering what that thing was, I guess Medion won't be the boss here. She just... Okay. Yeah, this is another reason why I like going on my own. The first time, at least. Yeah, so Medion is just giving us the Amarok treatment. Rala. Okay. I was thinking maybe they were talking about another person, but no, they're talking about that monster. Murderous butterflies. Now I've seen it all. I don't mean the ones that just normally attack you. I'm talking about the ones that can reduce you to gold dust. Well, them at least. I don't know, man. I mean, not to ruin the mood, but I'd be pretty angry, to say the least, if I was killed by a freaking butterfly. I don't care what monstrosity it is. A butterfly's a butterfly. Yes, even the moonlight butterfly.
Hold still. Hold still.
God, that was kind of a waste. I don't know if any of you noticed, but I kept switching targets whenever I was about to have Zio use Communo, is because it does immense damage to the first target, then very little to the rest. So, say for example, these two right here, I would rather use it on that one than the Golden Wing, because the Golden Wing was so close to death anyway. Chances are the AoE effect would have killed it, and if not, it would have at least damaged it. It would just be no point in using all that damage for an enemy that close to death. I guess this bears mentioning too, now that he said the word paradise, once again, on fire. If you all remember, I don't remember where exactly myself, but in one of my past streams I mentioned that paradise can be a prison when you cannot leave. That was me clapping and pointing to the screen. You couldn't see the point part. I wouldn't mind seeing what the scythe weapon in this place looks like. I think that'd be kind of cool. By the way, Amaroth treatment, Shadowbringers, doing more Shadowbringer stuff. The best expansion. Just want to bring that up again. That actually was really cool.
You cannot stop us!
But yeah, that one, that's Camino target. That was too little too late. And not quite.
What its people had gained from ease, they lost to apathy.
Man. This is getting really personal for me, but we all know I don't like getting too personal, so I'll keep it to myself. Mortal Coil. I also like how these bigger enemies are like called Xeno, etc. Xenoflora, Xeno... Protisis, whatever. Just because of the word Xeno. I know what it means. And give you the dictionary definition, but it basically means anything or everything, something along those lines. That, take the aliens, xenomorphs, they're called that because how they reproduce, they can take on a myriad of forms. Xeno. That reminds me of nerve gas.
Hold still.
Somehow they avoided it. But again, we don't question miracles around here.
Allow me.
Still, thinking back to that second boss, that one's going to be kind of tough, because you know how, because again, I brought this up in the past stream before, how when you're running, when there's AoEs on people that track you, that involves positionals and movement, more often than not, you end up getting hit by that AoE because either they keep running along with you or they change direction right when you change direction. I imagine a lot of that's going to be going on with that second boss. The Peacekeeper, or I think that's what it's called.
You underestimate me!
My friend Niche, though, you could probably Niche and Eternia, those two for sure, and Vero, for that matter. Quite a few people know why this would be a personal issue for me. Curious to see what they think about it. Okay, Rala, bring it on. Oh, a Sphinx, huh? The Last Mercy. Now that's disturbing. I would say it's even more creepy if it doesn't do a roar. Just that creepy, creepy smile.
So they created the kindest, most gentle of beasts.
Dang, that hurt.
Its steps were light, and its gift was as painless as it was beautiful.
Oh, okay.
I have you now.
I have you.
Yep, and that's why I chose Raha.
Bathed in its golden
I like
glow,
him.
they all slept happily ever after.
Oh crap, I got Doom.
Something special for you.
I have you.
Did he really cleanse that at the last second? Because I was getting a little concerned. Alright, and yeah, swipe with the wing. For a move called Warm Glow, that thing hurts immensely. I was trying to see with the butterflies, they reminded me of
me.
Well, Diablos armament referred to them as lost souls, but they reminded me of those little shooters So I was trying to see where the line AoE is, but all that gold made it hard to see. I didn't mean to use two of them.
Hold still.
Yeah, see, like right here is safe. Oh, camera. Oh, I've been so mad if this was on that side, because that wasn't me. My camera did that.
I have you! Allow me.
Hey, I was hoping for that timing. Now, how's that for a rotation? I just noticed the name of that move is Prance. Really? They weren't quite kidding about the gentlest of beasts thing, were they? I'm glad the actual, like, Prance, when she, I guess, jumps on you, doesn't do damage. That'd make that move much more deadly.
Hold still.
Ah, shit, what am I doing? I was getting on the wrong side. Man, I could have finished it with Communo. I saw the glowing wing, and for whatever reason, my brain thought, oh, that side. Even though I know that's not true. Ah, well. It's better to fail with the awesome kill than to die that way. That would have been so embarrassing. I hate that my brain works like that sometimes. I knew not to go to that side, but I still went there. Why? I'm guessing this is how it looked after Rala finished its great and mighty work. Then comes the question, well, what happened to the beast? Did it just die off? Did it Thanos snap itself out of existence? What happened to it? Alice, hello? Indeed. I mean, to be fair, we kind of already knew. Alright, those were both really long, so let me try again. Didn't have time to read both. Yeah, I know, the Paradise one is a little mind-boggling, but I do understand it. Don't know if I agree with it. Definitely can't relate to it, but I do understand it. The last earring offending. I'll have to see if Zio got anything good after that. Like maybe she got a new scythe. Again, I don't plan on replacing the one she's already using. I just want to see more, in case there is somehow a better looking one. As long as it has a wing motif, chances are I'll let her use it.
That you still stand. Your determination defies all reason.
Yeah, faith and hope do that to you.
The souls within me writhe and recoil in your presence.
You mean the souls that aren't sleeping? The ones that aren't sleeping gently ever after? You mean those souls? You mean they're not actually suffering some kind of purgatory hell by no longer being alive but not getting mercy in death, so their situation is worse than what it was from the beginning? You mean those souls? I thought you said it was memories.
What must I do? What pain must I visit upon you to make you surrender to despair?
No one is unbreakable. What pains one may weather may bring another to tears. But therein lies our strength. For when we fall, our brothers and sisters are there to raise us up, again and again, without end.
I see.
But do you?
But no matter how much hope exists, ever will there be more despair. Ever will the living cast the present and embrace the future. So shall sin until light ceases to be.
Seven hells.
On your guard.
The rage. It rises. Rises.
Is he actually attacking us with planets?
Stop! Calm yourself, please.
We die in pain. We die in suffering. Who are you to live? Who are you to hope?
Man, I hate that logic.
Hold on, my friends.
Oriange, watch out!
Use rescue.
Alphino!
We cannot comprehend. We cannot know. We cannot know!
Don't, please! Don't do this to them! To yourself!
Just one good strike.
Hey, she's still up. She's probably gonna get the worst of it though.
Stop! Please stop!
Ah, poor Alice.
We will not suffer alone. All will know our pain.
Oh, so you're doing a Nagato now.
No, you don't!
My boy, the Paladin. Passage of arms.
All awash in ice, a frozen waste, forever silent.
Hey, Hey, it's actually coming in use.
Wait! Don't!
You gifted them escape.
The end singer. Okay, real quick, then I'll let the cutscene rock, because I don't want to risk forgetting this. Again, I could be wrong, but it feels like they're doing it for drama. I thought the rabbit said when you press that button, all of you will be brought back to the ship. And granted, you could be like, oh, well, Zio let go of the button. That makes sense. But then my next question is, why would she stay to fight this super monster by herself? I'm sure I'm about to get an answer. I just thought I'd bring that up.
And rendered yourself powerless. Bereft of the synergy you claim is your strength. Unless you mean to call upon the dead once more. Defiant to the last. But you will be one with us ere long. You will be battered and torn and made to crawl. You will weep and wail and curse your impotence. Curse your life as it fades.
Get some Kingdom Hearts 3 Sora vibes. Something that sounds really, really out of character.
As we did. As we died.
Again, good time to point out how stupid that logic is. Death, they chose. They chose that. Not us. They did. You know, more that fairness Hermes wanted to go on about. How was that fair?
Such pain and sorrow we felt. Such anguish and rage. We tried. We tried. But it was no use. Only when we surrendered did we find release. Only when we embraced death. So join us in despair and embrace yours. My ultimatum. What is happening?
Yeah, I hear it too. Hey, look who it is. So those heavy footsteps was right then, huh?
At the end of everything, I find you, my friend.
Called it.
I sought something in you once, as you did in me. When at last I understood what it was, I journeyed to Sharlayan to seek you out. Struck a bargain with the woman who shares your gift. In exchange for lending the Scions my aid, I was given the means to come hither. Gorging upon what remained of the Mother Crystal, I reclaimed the form of the dragon. And, hungry still for our reunion, I rode the light of the stars to you.
Best Garlean. Long since called it.
I take it this is your prey. But why does it still live? Surely it is no match for you. I assumed you would be above something so banal as despair. Am I mistaken?
It's not so much as a want, because honestly, a team up with Xeno sounds pretty epic, unironically. But I'm going to have Zeo say this. I doubt he'll need saving, but all the same.
I care not. What I desire of you isn't succor. It is satisfaction.
Fair enough.
So come! Let us dispense with this distraction, you and I!
You struggle in vain. You will not silence our song of oblivion.
Oh, so that's some power left, huh? The final day. So we're doing this on Shinryu's back? That's more than I thought. Then again, maybe not. But this one doesn't give me the choice to have the teammates. Fair. Undesirable, but fair. Man, let me catch up on this. I love the music, which, by the way, is Shinryu, so it's appropriate. Not appropriate for her, so this song better not be playing when we fight her. But for Shinryu, Xenos, hell yeah. Alright, so I'm going to let that rock for a bit, and then we will join the party finder. Well, actually, maybe I should ask my FC. I'm kind of tempted to do that, because it would be only fair. Alright, I'll ask him. Alright, I'll leave that there, and then I'll be right back. Let me close this. Back, as you can see, I'm going to check out what that weapon was. These two right here. So if you don't want to be spoiled, turn away now. Makes sense. Looks pretty neat. And this one. The top for the red mage. That looks pretty cool too. Unfortunately, you know, for characters without tails, that kind of ruins it, but that's totally fine. I wouldn't wear it, but it itself looks fine. I'll give them 1 minute. Oh, I meant to do this earlier, but I forgot. Termination. I meant to do this back where we were walking up to the platform where all the flowers eventually bloom. I meant to check what the weather said, because I could have swore in that area it had like a regular, like cloudy weather or something silly like that. it didn't have its own unique atmosphere, but it did have a different weather condition when Zio was walking up those stairs. So I meant to check, but I forgot. Alright, looks like it's just me then. Alright, now we wait. Oh, and yeah, we are on Shinryu's back. At first I thought I might have been wrong. We are on his back, just not his literal back. He has like a magic crest that we're actually standing on. Because I know Shinryu is huge, but he's not that big. Not big enough for what this is, at least. All I can say is I hope we don't fall off. But of course, while I'm waiting for this, those in the future, feel free to just fast forward. I guess while that's going on, I'll do my own little thing, so... Oh man, that's how it be sometimes. Like, I was sitting here just watching YouTube, minding my own business, and no sooner do I take the first bite out of my cup of ramen noodles, boom, the queue pops. Normally I'd be ready for that, but usually I'm the first to say hello. But, you know, I got all this, I got to get situated again. Hey, that's fine. At least I didn't have to end the stream, right? I was kind of determined to make sure I know I said 13 because I like that number more, but it is Final Fantasy XIV, so I was hoping to be able to finish it this stream. So I really didn't want to end it the end singer, just the end singer. See, I can appreciate that small detail. I can appreciate that.
You will never reach it. Will never reach the deliverance you seek.
I can only imagine the Trixie Wixie AoEs that she has. Was almost the only Reaper too. There's only one other one here. A lot of first timers, so this should be good. Don't you do it. Don't you dare. Oh, speaking of, I nearly forgot to mention, not only Shinryu, but I also hear Ishgard and by extension King Thornton's theme in this song. Kind of hate it plays for her, but regardless. Not sure what he means by, oh, off-tank tactics. Fair enough. I'm glad they're making use of the tank limit break now. They kind of make it obvious when you need to do it. Like if you are nowhere near limit break 3 and then all of a sudden you get it, that's kind of the indication that the tanks need to do their part.
Ends this day. There is nowhere you can flee that we cannot follow.
Even stars must die.
Okay, I thought as much. Thunder, or lightning rather, just went off outside too, so that was kind of neat. Ah, wrong button. I try to press the teleport button. Oh, okay, so they appear after that, huh? For a second, I thought I might have been too close.
Utterly futile.
I thought that was just a room-wide AO. Oh, that one was different.
Your suffering is at an end.
Okay, so I actually need to watch her face for this, I guess. And her wings, apparently.
This is a kindness.
Yeah, I was gonna trust. That doesn't look good.
All of us have known despair. We have seen the end.
I think that one's a different one. Maybe not. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention to the name before. Oh, that's not good.
The same end. Again and again.
Okay, I kind of figured it would do that. It was much more dramatic than I thought. That she just reset the AoE, but still. And of course her HP is mad thick too, which makes sense. Now see, that one didn't say the... Oh, well maybe that was the difference. Usually I pride myself on being able to tell the difference between their AoE names and casting names because they are critically important. But hers are so similar, I'm really not being able to. And my phone's about to die. Well, my phone is just going to have to die. Aha, I said that, but I wasn't able to save it.
So deep, only emptiness remains.
Ah, shit, I didn't see that one in the middle. Yeah, I thought you could fall off.
'Tis so lonely between the stars.
Oh, messed up. See, I'm not saying what to tell for which one is the wings and which one's the eyes.
We have seen the end.
As annoying as that is, I'm gonna have to figure it out. I guess when it has forgotten at the end of it, that's supposed to be the planets crashing together. And then she does the times. No, she doesn't do it that time. Oh, no, she did. I was about to say. Unforgotten. Okay, so that's the difference. This is the time exploding one. Ah, that was bad. So that one's gonna explode first, then that one.
Again and again.
Not sure what the delay will be, but wait a minute. That one exploded first, not this one. Okay, so unnecessarily tricky. Thanks, game. Actually, no, I guess that does make sense. Because in the passage of time, that one will be rewinded first. Man, a lot of big brain thinking you gotta do.
This is a kindness.
Oh, don't mind me. Didn't see the feathers.
All of us have known despair.
That was pretty smart, since we should be getting a third one anyway. I am not seeing what the tell is. That, funnily enough, after all these deaths, that's the one thing that's pissing me off, because I can't tell what it is. I thought that was going to be the Earthbreaker move. Or Planet Burster, or whatever you want to call it. This one. Oh, no feathers?
Tis so lonely between the stars.
Yeah, I was already getting ready for it.
This is a kindness.
Feathers. That one's in the middle. I really have no idea. I think maybe it's whether her mouth is open or not. That's the only thing I can really go off of.
All of us have known despair.
Oh, we lost both tanks. Well then. Okay, see, her mouth is open, but... Nope, I was right that time. Should've went with my gut. Okay, whatever. At least I figured it out, I think.
Even stars must die.
Trust me, I'm not giving into despair. It's annoyance is what I'm giving into. Let's see. So yeah, that should just be the normal one.
Tis so lonely between the stars.
Oh, there went somebody.
This is a kindness.
Yeah, I was figuring that might come close to killing. Oh, because I have no health. Yeah, I say that's going to be the wing one. I actually knew which one it was going to be that time, but I wasn't fast enough because I was looking at her mouth, and sure enough, it was closed. So that is the tell. Yeah, it kind of sucks I wasn't fast enough though. Oh well.
All of us have known despair.
They really should focus on each other. Just a DPS, replaceable. The healers and the tanks are the ones that need to stand up. Nevertheless.
Even stars must die.
I think when she's doing the unremembered or whatever it was, I think that one, even when you get hit by it...
There is no happiness in life.
Nope, this is probably it. Her big move.
There is only one place it may be found.
That's a familiar looking mob. Not the despair gauge. Okay, well, now that I actually have a moment to concentrate, better block onto this thing, just make sure it has no tricky moves, like I knew she would. Oh. What'd I just say? On the bright side, the gauge is feeling really slow. I'll move. Tempting as it is to use the LB on this thing, they did say we'll need it for the tank, so.
Oblivion.
Yeah, about to say, as long as there's a time limit, we should be fine. Man, that still hurt. Ultimate Fate.
Dynamis.
That's a pretty cool name.
No matter. You only delay the inevitable. This is fate.
Oh, she's taking us to that weird dimension. Can't see.
Your time has come. It always does.
Oh boy, here we go. Quick time button press, am I right? Too bad there's no checkpoints in these fights because, quite the hassle to get here. Don't have time to check the chat right now. Gotta be ready. Hey, check that out. Oh, just like the prayer for against Bahamut. That's a nice touch. Alright, let's not let our friends down.
What is this defiance?
Yeah, see, they noticed it too. I would hope so, because it's kind of obvious.
No! The hatred, the pain, the loss.
I wish someone would get up Taro.
Suffer it again.
Poor guy. Uh-oh. Oh, look at that. The light and the darkness flashing. That's kind of cool.
We will stand against fate.
No matter the cost.
We've been here before. Many a time.
Thus do we know.
So I say, yeah, don't give in to the hype. Mechanics are still going on.
To never give up.
The hope will shine again.
What we saw. What I saw.
Now see, the music playing right now, definitely more appropriate. Not just a rehash of bosses from Christmas
This can only end in misery and desolation. No life, no star, nor the universe itself.
That'll help at least a little bit.
None should hope for better.
I'll hold on just a little bit longer so I can get Arcane Circle. Buff everybody. There we go. I'll let one of them have it. Yep, and that's what I was waiting for too. I was gonna let them have it until I saw what was coming next, because we're pretty much in the clear.
If this was not the answer, then
No whites?
what is it?
Or was there? I honestly don't remember. I don't think so.
Lies happiness.
And the light won out. Or should I say, hope won out. I almost thought that black sphere was something. I will give it to one of these two, or I'll give it to the warrior. Just because they were friendly with the advice. And I wasn't sure which healer was actually doing the best, so. Nah, I better should at least see what they said, give it the proper respect. So, there you go. I'm looking at my ramen noodles and the fork is still wrapped around the noodles. I didn't even get my second mouthful yet. But it can wait.
No matter where we flew, there was only darkness and loneliness and pain. We couldn't find the answers Hermes yearned for. The answers he deserved. Greetings, you who are my final encounter.
Appropriate she says that, because I was going to say this regardless of what she said. What I'm about to say right now is not pity. It's not sympathy. But I do not blame Meteion for what happened. Not fully, at least. Because, like I said, multiple times, just for it to be proven true. Cursed existence. Cursed existence. Of course she would turn out this way when, in my own words, when you are over, if you sense emotion and you're around, I was saying like a person, just one person who has such strong suicidal feelings towards themselves, you will feel that too. Now imagine an entire city, an entire nation, an entire planet, an entire solar system. So I don't blame Meteion fully for what she did. I despise that philosophy. But I don't blame her. I definitely blame Hermes more than I blame her. So, just thought I'd let you know.
I wish to hear your words. Share your feelings. Know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
You know, the interesting and sad thing about that question is Zio, I don't think, ever gave a real answer. Aw.
Yes, I can see them. The memories of a long, long journey. So many people. The thoughts of them overflowing in your heart. What they live for. What gives their lives meaning. There was never a single answer.
Of course not. When the question itself is flawed, the answer will be flawed also.
You gather pieces of happiness, precious and fragile, only to lose them. Then start again. On and on it goes, until death takes you into its gentle embrace. That which Hermes sent us to find was there all this time. On Etheris.
Oh, I'm fighting the urge to say something that will ruin this moment, so I won't. But I will say I do wish, well, not yet at least, but I do wish this is one of those moments where I wish I had Lalafell Zio, just to see his tiny hands holding hers. I think that'd be even more adorable.
Like a field of flowers, perhaps. At first a single blossom. It spreads and takes on more colors. Thank you for guiding me here. To find these words at journey's end fills me with joy. And so, before I fall forever silent, there is one thing I must do. No expression of regret will undo what my sisters and I have done, or restore what we have stolen. But if you would allow it, I would sing one last song. A song of the newfound joy that swells in my heart. Of the beauty of light when it shines across a dark and starless sea. Of a dream that from the soil of worlds now lost to sorrow, life will spring forth once more. Nourished by gentle rains and caressed by uplifting winds. A song of hope.
I just remembered Xenos is in the background, so I can only imagine what's going on in his head, seeing all this stuff.
One day, life will fill the universe again. And Hermes will see this and smile.
Sure. We'll leave out Hermes' ultimate fate.
How, I do not know. But I do know that, where there is a will, there is a way. After all, miracles happen every day. Do they not? I will create a path back to your ship, where your dear friends await. Hold in your heart your desire to return to them, then follow my lead and walk forth. That hope will surely guide you true.
That's a good shot. That's a good one too. And obviously the one in the beginning where the sun was rising.
You mean to return to the world where you are hailed as a hero? Hear me then. Not as a hero, but as simply you. As I learned in Alamigo, you are a formidable foe. Stronger than any I have faced. Against you, I need bring my all to bear. I need burn through the candle of my life. This is the sole pleasure I know. And it is the sole pleasure I have to share. And so I come before you, to issue challenge, and offer singular bliss. If you wish to walk away, I will not stop you. You value life. You do not burn yours save for reasons you deem worthy. Reasons such as those which brought you here. The salvation of a world and its people. The motives of a hero true. But there is more to you than that. You know this to be true. As surely as you know the thrill of pushing your body and soul to their limits. Of confronting ever mightier foes, dancing ever closer to the precipice, wondering if this will be the one to finally fill the void. Such pleasures you seek for their own sake, and no other reason. Is this not so? Adventurer.
Very clever. I see what he did there.
Ha! Acceptance! At long last!
I actually did have a big grin on my face when I saw Zio make that smirk.
The conflagration of our clash will scorch even the stars!
I was wondering how they were going to do this fight. I figured, you know, it would have been back on, say, Aetheris, and it would have been when he jumped us in the snow, or when he saved that one person from the abomination, or blasphemy rather. Yep. It is past time to put an end to this chapter and him. Gotta say, this is quite the final arena. It is kind of neat the exit is there, but come on, obviously we have to do this. Even if I didn't want to, I would have to. Of course I do though. And I kind of figured Xenos would be the final boss, just as I hoped he would, for this.
Come then.
Xenos himself kind of looks like a Bloodborne character. Oh, this is gonna be good. Spark of Hope. I'm guessing that's the, in case I go down. Nope. Okay, so just stronger than normal, and passive regen. That's good.
Hold nothing back! Push yourself to your limit and me to mine!
Okay, wasn't expecting that. Oh, there's AoEs over there. Ah, that's only if I don't go far enough. I'm about to say.
Ha! Still fighting you, I see.
Judgment Bolt. Do not want to get in the water. That's pretty sick, though, that he can use the Primal's ultimate moves so casually. Like they're regular spells to him. That's pretty dope. And something I did not think he gained the power to do without being Shinryu.
Show me your vaunted fortitude.
I was like, let me see if I can actually get out of that. I figured there was no point, but I'll actually move out of it next time, because I had dived there.
Soon you will know the full extent of my power.
Would have been a little come hither. I'm guessing that's for that weird phantom. Yep. Oh crap.
Mine for the taking.
Impressive.
Mine for the taking.
Nine Knights. Ah. I wasn't paying attention to where the first one was.
A test of your reflexes. A test of your reflexes.
That's a pretty fast and dangerous AoE. Oh, Exoflare. Ah! It's bigger than I thought.
Mine for the taking!
Those AoEs are infamous for a reason. Okay. I was waiting to see if he did anything more, like fuse with his Reaper, which I imagine he's going to do. Diamond Dust. Just want to stand still for that one. So, this would be a good time to do this. I'll take that.
A test of your reflexes.
Ah. I want to stand in this one. There we go. It was stupid of me to run around in circles.
Of your reflexes.
But I wasn't paying attention that I could actually see the Reaper's cast bar until after the fact. It's all good though. Let's see.
Mine for the taking!
I gotta say, this golden dark aura looks kind of cool. Ah, boy. Exoflare again. Yeah.
Mine for the taking! Of your reflexes.
Come on, just a little more. Gotta do it now. Ah, I wanted to finish him off with Communio. Yeah, and that's why. Unless there's more.
Ah, my soul! How it burns!
Uh-huh.
I know you feel it too. The inferno swelling within you. Come! Let all creation be consumed by our ravenous fervor!
This should be interesting.
I have you! Yeah! Do not tell me your life's fire is already spent.
Unlimited.
Yes! Yes! Rise once more! It mustn't end yet!
Didn't use two of those.
Mine for the taking!
I'm surprised that AoE didn't get mad enhanced.
I have you!
Nah, I don't want to get tagged by that again.
A test of your reflexes! Show me your vaunted fortitude.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You can't outrun it.
Mine for the taking.
Listen, I can't see how this fight would be dangerous, though.
I have you. Mine for the taking!
Now, this move kind of concerns me, so I'm not sure how to really avoid it. Yeah, you just gotta eat the damage.
Mine for the taking! I have you! your reflexes!
That reminds me of how cheap Sophia's, I can't remember her name, the one that's all about balance.
Show me your vaunted fortitude.
Her AoE, when she has her daughter charge at you, is super cheap. Like, unbelievably so.
A test of your reflexes! No, not yet. Not until the last of me is spent. Now fall. This is my moment. Our moment.
Crap. Oh man, this really makes me wish I was playing as Lalafell Zio. Come on. You cannot even believe how great that would be to see this as a Lalafell. Oh man, that'd be so funny. Man, that hurt my hand. Not just Zio's. I felt that one too. Oh, that was great. I'm definitely going to have to rewatch that cutscene as a Lalafell. Dang. Of all of the moments that did it, that one is the one that did it the most, where I wish I was Lalafell Zio. Oh, that would have been so amazing. Oh well.
That I should lose again. How disappointing. Never have I understood those around me. Understood their obsessions. Besieged by their banality, the world as a mire of tedium and trivialities. But in these fleeting moments, there is a spark. Blinding. Brilliant. Gone. Too soon. What of you, my mirror? Born into this world, bestowed name, bid to seek out strife and adventure.
Was this life a gift? Or a burden? Did you find fulfillment?
Was a battle I shall never forget. Farewell, my friend. And on that note, I need to go and check something. I'm not going to actually go, but I need to unplug the mic so it doesn't make too much noise, so...
Can you hear? Safe. Must tend to... Open your... Please.
Someone, and...
Please.
You can't leave us! Not like this! If you do, I'll never forgive you. So come on! Open your eyes and get up!
Are you with us? Oh, thank the heavens. For a moment we thought... After what you've done, you're the last person to be asking that. You... How can you keep your promise if you're not here?
Another fine show you've put on, my friend.
A fine show indeed. What were you thinking, fighting alone? Never do that again. My poor heart couldn't bear it.
Put yourself in our place.
If you hadn't returned, how do you think we would feel? And if that sounds harsh, it's because we care.
We tended to thy wounds as best we could. But how is the pain? That is gladdening. Grievous as thine injuries were, however, I would counsel repose for a time.
Gladdening! There's nothing gladdening about this! When Meteion appeared in here and told us that you were right behind her, we all got our hopes up. But you never came! And when you finally deign to appear, you're within an ilm of your life. Damn you! Damn you for making us worry!
Oh, those were cries of celebration! Anyway, well, the important thing is that you're all alive and in reasonably good health, and we mean to get you back that way. As for your earlier request, I'm quite certain we're in range to make contact now.
Ah, excellent. Let us announce our return at once. I hope you're ready.
While you were unconscious, we set out from Ultima Thule, you see. Can you stand? If so, you may wish to see what's outside. We're home, my friend. We're home.
Whew, what a journey it was. Lalafels. Ah. I guess I'll take this opportunity to say again how great of a character Xenos is and how much I enjoy his presence. Too bad he's, you know, bit the dust now. But again, much like, and again, they even kind of not necessarily referenced it, but they more like showed it off. Just how much of a match Xenos was for the Warrior of Light, where he was the first one to actually defeat the Warrior of Light. He actually did it. Then, now, at the end, he... That was kind of funny when Alice, or whoever it was, asked, or it was Urianger who asked, you know, how's the pain and all that stuff. Hold that thought. Make sure they ain't talking. Right. Xenos kind of killed us twice, so I imagine it was quite painful. And again, he's the only one to have done that. So, well done. I liked his character a lot. Definitely my favorite Garlean. Maybe my favorite villain in this game. I don't know about that. Probably, honestly. He's simple and complex at the same time. A lot I like about him. So I don't know. He might be my favorite villain, but for sure he's definitely my favorite Garlean. And his final resting place was in some different dimension on a dead world. Still, he got the battle he wanted. And despite how much I liked him, no, I do not want Xenos to be brought back in any capacity. That would ruin all of this. Well, not all of it, not like this, but you know what I mean.
Is that?
It is! It's the Ragnarok! They're back!
Thank heavens.
Truly.
They've done it! Welcome home. Rah! Yes! Ah.
Welcome home, everyone!
Was Tataru taller than Kryl? I know they stand side by side a lot, but that that view made it look like Tataru was taller than Kryl, which would be interesting, because well, Kryl always seemed like the more mature one, so I thought that means she was older, so she was taller, but I guess they're roughly the same height, not counting her hood and her ears, and Tataru's hat. By the way, this is my favorite type of credits. Hey look, Xenos, of course, when I noticed. But this is my favorite types of credits, where it's playing over a cinematic. That way it's not just a boring black screen.
Welcome home!
It's interesting that they parked it there because a random NPC told me that because of the way the harbor there is shaped, big ships aren't allowed to dock there, or they're either not allowed or can't. Maybe both. So I find it funny they're able to park the Ragnarok right there. Excuse me. Yes, please. I can always go and look at them later. I'd rather not bore my strings to tears any more than they already are. Plus, I won't skip this one since it's actual cinematic. Yeah, there's no Heidelin. Ah, but there is Vana. How is he here? Didn't what's-his-face say, I'm gonna send both our souls to oblivion? You know, the fate of the souls that became blasphemies? Now, whatever. At least we get to see Vana again. Yay, and good Medion. That's a cool one. Man, yeah, so Endwalker, lots of ups and downs. Hard to say which way it went more, if I'm being honest. Probably down, if I want to be blunt. But be that as it may.
Dearest mother. Dearest father. This letter will be the very last that I write to you from the Rising Stones. As I commit these words to parchment, I fondly recall my journey as a scion. From the time I first walked into the Order's former halls, to the time I set forth to forestall the final days. At the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, we fought the battle of our lives. Fought against despair itself. A veritable maelstrom of it, fed by the resignation that dwelled in the hearts of beings not so unlike ourselves. Full oft have I harbored the same malaise. Have I been brought to my knees, crushed by the weight of sorrow and defeat, convinced that I will never rise again. However, I have also known many moments of unbridled joy and happiness. By this truth do I find hope within, blooming resplendent, like the Elpis flower. And thus do I endure. Do I look forward to creating more memories with my friends and loved ones. For from these fertile seeds, yet more hope shall spring forth. And they will grow to become shining lights that illuminate the dark. Thus believing, I leave the rising stones behind, as will my comrades. For, as we have decided, after careful deliberation, we are disbanding the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Saw that coming. Curious though, but not surprising.
There you are, Alphino.
That's why they had the "what do you want to do once this is all over" conversation. Can't have an anime without that conversation and knowing exactly where it's going.
Everyone is already gathered in the foyer.
Kind of sucks that they're disbanding the Scions though, when instead I thought they should recruit more members, but I digress.
My apologies. I'll be right there.
Not to say they won't reform in the future, but... Just noticed Taro's outfit had a
At
tiny
least,
knife.
That is what the story will be.
Ah. That's still more curious, if anything.
Sorry to keep you all waiting.
What could you possibly have left to do now?
Oh, just a letter.
I imagine it will be a while before we can gather like this again.
So it must be, if we're to keep up appearances.
Mm-hmm.
From now on, it falls to the Grand Company of Eorzea and its allies to deal with the realm's crises.
Meanwhile, we shall return to our erstwhile ways. Retreating from plain sight to take our place in the shadows once more.
I'm glad he said that, because I was going to comment on the Scions when Alphino said, you know, or that's what the story will be. The Scions started off in the shadows. They weren't always a public figure, so that makes sense why he said that.
Indeed. For the foreseeable future, I expect that we must work independently as we seek out problems that want for solving. But a day will come when we face another great challenge, and we will face it together, as we always have.
As much as I look forward to that day, I do hope it doesn't come anytime soon.
Well, formal association or no, if any of you should require my services, you need but ask. I'll be glad to keep my lance arm honed.
I'll hold you to that. So you had better keep your link pearl on hand.
So you really mean to stay, Tataru?
Oh, someone has to keep the Rising Stones in proper order. And even a super-secret organization requires a super-secret base of operations.
There you go.
To the rest of the world, it will be naught more than a workshop for Eorzea's foremost up-and-coming artisan. If you thought our coffers were full to bursting before, just wait till I can devote myself wholly to the crafts.
Plotting to build a mercantile empire to rival that of Lord Lodorito, are we?
I, for one, look forward to your future successes, Tataru. As do I our next meeting.
And with that, I believe it is past time you all made ready to depart. Leave no preparations undone or words unsaid, all right? Now, off with you.
Oh, good. I actually wanted to talk to... Oh, right. Probably should be keeping track of this. Let's see. Yeah, see, even the journal mentions it. Xenos nearly killed us twice. 3 times if you want to count the end of that little cinematic. So, yep, read all of this, and moving on. I'll start in the back over here. Even though Raha's here. Normally I would talk to him last, but let's talk to him first. Oh, do they all get little cutscenes? Oh, that's good. Not to mention all the lives you saved. Yeah, get hyped. Oh, I love that part. You know, like the childhood dreams he had when he was a child. Will they be the next threat to Final Fantasy XIV? Wouldn't be surprised. That's cool. So, seems like they all get their own little cutscene. Yeah, that rematch I keep talking about that Zio and you are never going to get. Ah, that's why. Yeah, there is basically no one left to rule the throne. No one that I know of, at least. Not a bad idea. That's good. Now, Ethonra here has a hardcore crush on Hoary Boulder, so I'm curious what her plans involve. Okay, I didn't know she was interested in the brother too, but I knew for sure she liked Hoary. Alright, Y'shtola. Ah, this music. Never get tired of it. I definitely disagree with that. Like, she herself said she doesn't mind writing reports and stuff, and if it wasn't for the fact that she didn't have other people write down their thoughts and stuff, then her own quest for knowledge would be worse. So yeah, I'd say definitely write it down. It doesn't have to be a freaking bestseller, but you should definitely leave a record. It's funny she says that, because I was just thinking how impressive Y'shtola's vocabulary is. I know, who's surprised, but seriously, I would love to read a book Y'shtola wrote. I can only imagine. Y'shtola with the jokes. True. Good old Lise. It does feel weird not having her here, because she was technically a scion, even though her identity was false at the beginning. She still was, so it does feel weird not having her here. I will wait to talk to her, since her and Thancred, you know, Minfilia. But yeah, I'll just work my way over there. Estinian. Close that. I like how both of them have their arms crossed. They're just gonna stare at each other. Yeah, that's why Zio did it. Let's say you're not gonna win a staring contest with Zio. Not when she has those eyes. Not too sure why she would say this unless she felt Estinian would replace her, which obviously not. So it's not like he was paying rent or anything. That'd be quite the prank, Estinian. This music. Yeah, see, even he's referencing, yeah, what, because it's not clear if Zio mentioned what happened with Xenos. So whether she did or she didn't, the proof is still there. She got messed up. Yeah, really, I knew I wasn't the only one. This one kind of sounds, I mean, this is definitely more smart aleck, but at the same time, I don't want any hints of, you know, it has its bad moments too. That's probably true, but I will say, best decision Zio's ever made. What more can an adventurer want? Indeed. Don't talk to me about fortune telling, how that warrant public attention on Google and Reddit, I think. No, that's a lovely idea. You count as a friend too, Tataru. You know that. Proud to see you still around, old timer. but it's a pleasant surprise. Of course. Look at Zio. Of course she would. His adventurous spirit is always getting set ablaze. Alright, we'll talk to Urianger first. I want to talk to... Well, I wanted to talk to Alice A, then Alphino, and Alphino being last. But Kryl is over there. I've been noticed this, by the way. But since Kryl is over there, I guess I'll still talk to them somewhere like that. So, Urianger, the fortune teller. Oh, hold on. Somehow my mic got twisted up in a knot, and I didn't want that to mess it up, so I had to fix it. That's an interesting way to put it. These are both really good. Aw. Yeah, I'd imagine. I never forgot. I got so caught up in talking to these two. I actually need to go back, talk to Urianger again. Okay, so they are aware of what happened. Makes sense. Why would you not tell them? Honestly, I was thinking maybe it might have been Meteion, but at the same time, it could have just been the combined efforts of everyone here. Maybe even Alice specifically, since what she just said. Even if she hadn't mentioned that, I would have probably recommended, or not recommended, but thought it was her. That's good. Yeah, true. Alright, let's talk to these four, technically. I was going to say two, referring to Alphinaud and Cryo. You should start with Satasha. It's a very good beginner's adventure. I would talk to Cryo last because Cryo, but Alphinaud, regardless of what people think, has played a major part in the story of the Warrior of Light, so the honor will go to him. Speaking of which, I think I need to re-talk to Thancred. I'm not sure if I talk to him again afterwards. Aww. From in-game perspective, yeah, I could see why Zia would think that, but we obviously knew she wasn't going to die. But I will say this, it worked out, and you did do the right thing, because without Xenos, funnily enough, without Xenos, Zia would not have been able to fight Meteion in the first place, meaning the end of everything, so you did the right thing. Aw. Hey, don't forget, well, I guess you didn't, but don't forget what you did in Eureka. Cryo was a very big help there. We've both been looking forward to a new Eureka/Bosja area. Still need to deal with the other Garlean, for those who know who I'm talking about. I believe in you, Cryo. Yeah, I can only imagine. Yep, from Eureka, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I didn't talk to Thancred. Alright, and last but certainly not least. Oh, I'm glad they chose this song. Yeah, I was actually just thinking about them. If only they had trusted us. If spirits can look on from the afterlife, I imagine they have the biggest of eggs on their faces. Not to mock them, I'm just saying that would really suck to find that out afterwards. That they really were there to help and you essentially died for nothing. Yeah, it's almost like that should be the new restoration area or something. As cute as that is, realistically, Zio would just go visit. Naturally. Sure. Nah, that's where you get it.
I suppose we're off to Garlemald then. Though we ought to speak with Lord Emmerich first. If he's received word of any recent developments, we need to know.
'Twould be prudent to purchase some warmer clothes at least. Mayhap we can pick up a few souvenirs for Euless and the others while we're at it.
Where will you all be heading next?
Dravania. There is a book I've been meaning to borrow from the Great Google Library. And I can think of at least one person who will be most displeased should I fail to visit before leaving.
We've no particular destination in mind, but we do intend to stop in Sharlayan before we set off.
We had thought to ask after the Loporrits. I am curious as to how well those who chose to remain are adapting to their changed circumstances.
Might we accompany you then? Raha and I were planning to return to the Baldessian Annex.
Commissions have been piling up in our absence, and they must be dealt with ere we begin our work in earnest.
Estinian, you will return to Radzat Han, will you not?
Aye. For Vritra's benefit, though I've yet to hear the details. I may not stay long.
I see. Then it is here the Scions at last part ways, each to some far-flung corner of the realm.
Perhaps. But I believe one of our number, a rather important one at that, has yet to divulge her plans.
Quite right.
Indeed.
Fair point.
So, what's next for our humble adventurer?
I love how the Crystal Tower keeps finding its way. Applause. Applause. I'd clap louder, but I don't want to pop the mic.
The constancy of this place never ceases to amaze me. An ocean of souls, shimmering and eternal.
I kid you not. As soon as he said "the," I recognized the voice immediately. That's my boy, Elidibus.
And yet, something stirs. Yes. Steeped in darkness, deep as starless night. The beast hungers. Alas, I dare not investigate in earnest before the coming of my guiding star, as she foretold. We shall descend to the depths, you and I, to confront the dread beast Pandemonium. Oh, the sights we shall see. The sights we shall see.
I wonder what that's supposed to be. I know Pandemonium is a summon, of the wind, kind of like Garuda is. I guess that depends on the Final Fantasy you're talking about, though, but for all I know, it could be something utterly different. This pandemonium could be a bigger threat to anything that has happened before, for all we know. Hold on, you need to slow down, game. I'd hope so. I'm not ready for it all to be over. And there we go. To be continued. Come on, you all knew exactly where I was going first. Aw, only Taru's here. I mean, like, to be expected, but she's literally just here by herself. And there should be no one in here. I'm surprised they actually still let people in here. There's literally no point. Aside from, I guess, reminiscing about Shadowbringers. But, I mean, even if you wanted to do that. So. Excuse me. Even with the volume turned way, way down, I could still hear myself sneezing on the video on my phone. Well, thank you, Taru. But yeah, we finally finished Endwalker, so now I can fully commit myself to in-game activities. So, with that being said, and trying not to ruin the moment more than I already have, thank you all for tuning in, and see you around.